has been revealing the conscious principles of Hindu economy recently. Specifically, what is not commonly remembered about Vedic civilization is that Shastras meticulously detail economic equity for all citizens, as well as political, medical, and environmental civilizational solutions, in addition to the more commonly known contributions of Hindu civilization, such as spiritual and emotional solutions, including Hindu rituals such as yoga. Bhagavan Nithyananda has already shocked the world in systematically elucidating the true strength of Hindu history and the conscious principles of Veda's agamas, which flies in the face of the modern abuses of Hindu life, made popular throughout British occupation and subsequent brutality of the media mafia cult and other anti-Hindu, anti-life demons and devils. To learn more, visit the HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page and follow live Satsangs daily at 8 p.m. India Standard Time at www.nithyananda.tv. Last week, 28 accused people being held in relation to the April 16th brutal planned lynching of 70-year-old Mahant of Juna Akhara, Kalpavriksha Giri Maharaj, and 35-year-old Mahant Sushil Giri Maharaj and devotee Nilesh Telgad in Palghar were released. The 28 accused in the case were released on default bail after no charge sheet was filed for 90 days. The sham scandal was covered up by the mass media mafia cult as the lynching was barely reported on until 2 days after the murders, when videos of the murders made rounds on social media. Now, the arrest brigade has thus far resulted in setting all assailants free, in tune with the original intention of the lynching of Hindu leaders itself. On the 13th of May, Digvijay Trivedi, a lawyer representing the murdered Mahants, was killed in a car crash on his way to the courthouse. In the same month, another Hindu temple in Palghar was burglarized and ransacked, and the temple priests assaulted. Many other Hindu temple priests and attendants, young and old, were variously murdered and assaulted during the same time period this year. In the same month, on May 10th, the media cult also neglected to report on an 85-year-old Hindu saint, Sri Mahayogeshwar Mahatma, who was cut to pieces in his ashram while his head was cut off and his arms were both cut off. Media was silent about it. Anyone who reported minimized the report and did not tell of the disgraceful and brutal nature of the murder itself. Ganesha Chaturthi is August 22nd. Coming off Krishna Janmashtami and Indian Independence Day. Celebrations of Indian Independence Day were met by anti-Hindu, not-so-peacefuls who variously shouted racial slurs and stomped on the Indian flag in the City of London. Now, the Delhi Pollution Control Committee is officially advising Hindus not to celebrate Ganesha Chaturthi, or at most, to immerse Lord Ganesha into a bucket at home. Anyway, amidst coronavirus concerns, the gatherings will be avoided this year. However, banning Ganesha Chaturthi became an official state stance in 2015 when the timeless Hindu ritual was banned from the river Yamuna. This despite tons of toxic chemicals from tanneries and other industry pumped into the river every minute, killing the river life and replacing Hindu devotion of more than 10,000 years of Ganesha Chaturthi rituals, ensuring the waters are consistently energized through devotional prayer and the biology of conscious intention. Of course, anywhere near this amount of intelligence is absolutely absent anywhere amongst the anti-Hindu media mafia. And just 2 days back, Bahrain was the source of a viral social media video depicting a woman breaking Ganesha idols. But there's no Hindu Holocaust. There's no target on Hindus. And the Times of India has published a report exposing the premeditated and coordinated attack on Bengaluru last week, where 2 police stations were burned and 60 police officials injured, some of whom cried to their superiors for their life and for permission to use their firearms in self-defense of their lives. The media mafia cult took advantage of the opportunity to suggest that at least next time Hindu temples should be attacked, as a response to popularized Facebook postings. For all healing needs and more for yourself and loved ones, learn to share healing amongst friends and family from tinyurl.com/unclutchinginfo. And if you would like to become part of a global solution for Hindus, visit kailasa.org/global services.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. With the grace and unending compassion of His Divine Holiness, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respect. Kailasas Nithyananda TV is the official TV programming of Sri Kailasa, the only Hindu nation revived by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Sri Kailasa is home to the largest online city in the world, providing authentic teachings, culture, and lifestyle of Hinduism and its abundant offerings in the digital platforms. We request all of you to enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. Share this live feed on the social media platforms you're watching us. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel Kailasas Nithyananda to receive exciting updates about Sri Kailasa. To become a part of the grand happening in the world, to become part of this online revolution or evolution into the superconscious breakthrough, we invite all of you for an e-passport with Sri Kailasa, a global community powered by the e-nation of Kailasa. E-Kailasa is all about decoding and making available the enlightened civilization of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its contributions to everybody in a user-friendly way. The Kailasa e-passport gives you access to benefits of all the knowledge and services Sanatana Hindu Dharma has to offer via digital and online mediums. This knowledge and services encompass the fields of living enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, and social, judicial, political, and legal systems. The Kailasa e-passport empowers you to access the vast knowledge base of Hinduism in an online environment. You can access all the resources, teachings, the lifestyle that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has to offer. You can gain immediate and exclusive access to a network of online Nithyananda Hindu University courses and programs, Nithyanandeswara Hindu temple rituals, Nithyananda Hindu library scriptures and books, Hindu lifestyle products. All of this when you log into kailasa.org/e-passport. That's kailasa.org/e-passport. Yesterday, 3 beautiful gifts were passed on by Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, from Sri Kailasa. 3 amazing, extraordinary ways that we can experience the ultimate with incarnations. The Nirahara Samyama has been helping people with so many of their physical, physiological, and psychological completions. The Nirahara Samyama goes for 21 days, where only solid food is not taken, meaning only liquid food is taken, and through that nutrient liquid food, through having that, a lot of samskaras, lot of incompletions are taken away or eliminated from our system. Of course, a lot of toxins leave the physical body. At the same time, all the incompletions that are stored along with the physical layer in our body they also get eliminated. And especially during this time, when we pick up a process like unclutching or complete completion, then it's all the more efficient, more potent in giving us the ultimate experience. It awakens both the incompletions for our awareness and also the right ambience for the spiritual process to happen so that this can be eliminated. Now, yesterday, Swamiji introduced three more dimensions to Nirahara Samyama. There were three new Samyamas that Swamiji introduced. He offered to the whole world the Krishna Nirahara Samyama, the Rama Nirahara Samyama, and Vyasa Nirahara Samyama. If you ever wanted to experience the same space as Lord Krishna, what was it to be like Krishna? How was it to live like Krishna? How was it to experience every moment, every day like Bhagavan Sri Krishna? If you ever wanted that, then this is for you. The Krishna Nirahara Samyama with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Shastra Pramana says, cow's butter is beneficial to health, increases luster, increases bodily agni, reduces vata, pitta and blood, removes piles problems, paralysis of the muscles on one side of the face and neck. It is very much beneficial in young children and in the aged ones. It is a nectar for infants. Bhagavan Sri Krishna was on a daily diet while meditating on Paramashiva when he delivered the Bhagavad Gita. Having only organic dairy products like milk, curd, butter and cheese, doing sincere Shiva Puja and reading Bhagavad Gita for 21 days is Krishna Nirahara Samyama. Going through this, you develop subtle brain grooves to grasp the Bhagavad Gita, mirroring the neurons of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. If you ever wanted to experience the space of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the height of devotion, offering Bhagavan Sri Krishna in a puja or a song or in some way connecting with him is very joyful. But to go much deeper than that with your devotion, to experience the exact space, the exact inner space of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, to become him will be the ultimate expression of devotion, of bhakti. To experience that, you can sign on to Kailasha's Krishna Nirahara Samyama. This, along with other Nirahara Samyamas, will be available at the beginning of every month. You can sign up for it at befoodfree.org. That's B as in the letter B, foodfree.org. And then the second offering that Swamiji blessed us with was the Rama Nirahara Samyama. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gave the Shastra Pramana also for this. The sages who were knowers of Dharma saluted the noble Rama, offered fruits, roots and flowers available at the hermitage, and with folded palms addressed him. It gives a glimpse into what Sri Ramakrishna, Bhagavan Sri Rama had as his diet. Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu was having forest fruit while he was meditating on Paramashiva and received the Upanishad. Having only forest fruit diet, doing sincere Shiva Puja and reading Upanishads for 21 days is Rama Nirahara Samyama. Here you develop subtle brain grooves to grasp the Upanishads mirroring the neurons of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. The Purushottama, the embodiment of responsibility, simply his presence, his remembrance brings up, inspires all of us to be like him. And now here we have this beautiful opportunity to experience Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu like no other. Not offering a puja, not offering any chant, nothing, or a yajna, all of that. This is beyond all of that because you experience the inner space of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. This is the ultimate expression of devotion, ultimate expression of bhakti. And the third offering was Vyasa Nirahara Samyama, Bhagavan Vyasa, Bhagavan Veda Vyasa, experiencing his space. The Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam gave the Shastra Pramana for this as well. Time, fire, action, soil, air, mind, knowledge, penance, water, reliving, and nirahara. All of these are means for purification. Bhagavan Veda Vyasa was on a diet of basmati rice grown in Himalayas near Badrikashram, meditating on Paramashiva when he delivered the Brahma Sutra. Having only organic basmati rice grown in Himalayas, doing Trikala Sandhya and Agnihotram for 21 days is Vyasa Nirahara Samyama. By following this, you develop subtle brain grooves to grasp the Brahma Sutra, mirroring the neurons of Bhagavan Vedavyasa. Not only to experience the truth given in the Brahma Sutras, but to live and experience, to become as the inner space of Bhagavan Vedavyasa. Again, an ultimate form of devotion and knowledge. These three were the amazing spiritual gifts that Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam gave last night for the whole of humanity, for us all to experience the inner space of an incarnation. What will it be to become Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu? What will it be to experience the inner space of Bhagavan Sri Krishna? What will it be to intercept, to understand, to imbibe the inner space of Bhagavan Vedavyasa? Now we don't have to wonder anymore. 21 days by following these samyamas, one pointed focus with complete devotion and putting all our energies aligned into this process makes it happen for all of us. This during the Pralaya is probably the greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts that Swamiji has given us. To learn more and to join, you can log on to befoodfree.org. That's B as in the letter B and foodfree.org. The global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna is in its 99th day. On May 13th, His Divine Holiness Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam started this movement to give the world a superconscious breakthrough and to heal the world from COVID-19. Since then, people from over 50 countries have continuously sit and radiated the space of Paramashiva by participating in the process of unclutching, sitting in Nirvikalpa Samadhi 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. On the 99th day, 222 people sessions from 2 languages and 50 countries contributed to 13,320 minutes for peace as part of this initiative. Free introductory meditation classes are also available and no prior experience is necessary for you to join. So log on to kailasa.tv/minutes for peace and join the Minutes for Peace movement. The Paramashivoham's message directly from Sri Kailasa was Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, is simply establishing your confidence and declaring your conscious integrity and manifesting your conscious will. Conscious intention, Satya Sankalpa on cosmic principles. Always in Hindu tradition, knowledge is sacred. Knowledge is sacred. We never try to suppress, oppress, dampen the authority of knowledge using the concept of sacred. The sacred, in the name of sacred, knowledge cannot be relegated to a second priority. The concept of sacred is used only to strengthen your intensity of seeking, your intention to gain more and more knowledge. Atato Brahma Jignasa. Let us now inquire into the ultimate reality, ultimate existence. That is how the Upanishadic rishis begin the whole concept of learning, knowledge. Knowledge is sacred. Vidya is Divya. Vidya is Divya. Sa Vidya ya Vimuktaye. That is why Vidya is given the form of a woman. In Hindu tradition, the woman of the house. Her decision, her will persistence makes the whole family flow in the direction of enlightenment. The ecosystem will inspire you till you are 25. After you cross 25, you should become the strength for the ecosystem. That is life. You can't go on expecting that the ecosystem should treat you cutely and that it should be strength and support for you. First 25 years, yes, that will happen. But after that, we are far more mentally, psychologically, informatively more mature than the average person. So for even 25 years is not needed. By the time we are maybe 18 or even 16, we can claim so much freedom, power and authority due to the society structure. But at the same time, we don't take the responsibility. So Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, made a claim, made a request. All Hindu kids claiming so much of freedom and throwing tantrum without taking responsibility. You're destroying Hinduism and the living enlightenment tradition. By 16 or 18, all Hindu kids should start supporting the ecosystem of enlightenment. You can't be anymore just taking away from the ecosystem. Be a load on it, throwing all your tantrums and expecting you to be treated cutely. The moment you turn 18, you should become ferocious with yourself and learn to be support for the ecosystem. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you support and protect Dharma, Dharma protects and supports you. This is a call for all the youngsters, all the youth, all the Hindu youth who are aged 16 to 18 to take up responsibility for this enlightenment ecosystem. Because if not them, who will? If not now, when? At age 18, Swamiji took the responsibility. He took the responsibility for the whole of humanity and he traveled back and forth the whole entire breadth and length of Bharat. He traveled on foot, taking that responsibility to ensure that the ecosystem that him, made him possible, made an incarnation possible, is kept alive. And now, even now, tirelessly working and making it happen. The ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, done right, is Kailasha. Now, every effort that Swamiji has done, like the economic policy that Swamiji has unveiled, the effort that he has put in, the amount of work he has put in, all of that is so that this becomes a structure a platform, a fundamental for all the other services to be offered. Basically, the entire ecosystem needs a support structure, and he is building that through Kailasha, through the Kailasha, the greatest and only Hindu nation in the world. How the whole backbone was Gurukul system of the entire Hinduism, and how it was completely systematically destroyed. Now it has to be built from the ground up, and that's exactly the responsibility that Swamiji has taken upon himself to build Kailasha. The Kailasha nation becomes the backbone of Hinduism. Anything and everything supported, revived. And Swamiji was very clear, he is not a reformist and he is a revivalist. Reviving all the older traditions, the ancient traditions, ensuring that they are not lost. Not even one tradition that was followed in all the Divya Deshams. There were so many of them, there were close to 59 of them, that were practicing, living enlightenment. But now they are reduced. In fact, not even reduced, they are not even available, they are not even, they are actually extinct. The Hindu state has become extinct. It's no more. So Swamiji was very clear, at a remote place, wherever Swamiji will sit, and he will revive the same ecosystem, the Kailasa nation, just so that it is not lost. The backbone of Hinduism is retained and nurtured and cared for. The Hindu civilization is focused on Jivan Mukti, enlightenment, moksha, whatever tradition that may be. It focuses on enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Basically, the whole ecosystem, the civilization is focused on enlightenment. People who keep this knowledge of enlightenment and teach are paid, sponsored at multiple levels, paid regularly and sponsored persuasive events and supported through grants and donations. And the people who maintain the social integrity by providing protection from the external, destructive, invading forces or internally revolting forces, the Kshatriyas, are paid and given the awards and rewards. The knowledge keepers who keep the integrity and efficacy of the knowledge are the Brahmanas. Those who give protection from external invasions and internal revolts and keep the living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti lifestyle. The Kshatriyas get paid and are given awards and rewards when they demonstrate the valor of protecting the Dharma. Vaishyas are supported with knowledge, encouraged with infrastructure and market, given protection for their wealth by the state, and in turn, for all these services from the state to the Vaishyas, they pay tax to the state. Shudras are empowered with land and all the equipment needed to grow grains or everything needed for the sustenance of life. They are paid, supported with all their needs. It is an amazing, unique, very organized, legitimate civilization ecosystem, beautifully living together, self-sustained civilization. From the pre-Bronzean age, the only civilization still alive, of course in a very critical stage, beaten and broken, having lost all confidence in themselves, but somehow is still alive, is the Hindu tradition. So Swamiji says very clearly, the only civilization that is alive, even though it is broken and beaten, is the Hindu tradition. And all his efforts with Kailasha are just to revive, to ensure that this is not lost for the generations to come. This will be sustained and make sure that this will be available for all of us.
What is happening as on now on planet Earth is pralaya. It is not physical deluge as it used to happen earlier. It is not flood of water like tsunami or huge waves from ocean and ocean entering into the land. It is not flood of water, it is flood of consciousness. Due to huge consciousness entering, because of the time for superconscious breakthrough, this conscious flood, all the delusion-based systems are just going to melt down. Human beings can't handle life without delusions, lies, false promises, hopes, false insecurities, false identities. But now, because the delusion is melting down, many of our false hopes are melting down. Many of our false security feeling is melting down. Many of the social contracts between us and the society, us and the nation, us and the world, is all melting down. When all our lies are forcibly removed from us, all our falsehoods, hopes, and false hopes, dreams are forcibly removed from us, when we are really made to see everything around us is melting down, we feel like really our self is melting down. That is what is pandemic fatigue. It is not just at the physical level. Many people are seeing it in front of their eyes, that everything is just melting down. Usually the world changes maybe in 50 years. People around 60 to 70 years think 50 years back, world was like that. Now it's like this. But now, this time, whatever changes happen in 50 years, good, bad, right, wrong, is happening in 50 days. Multiple things we thought as eternal is just melting down. The pandemic, Corona, COVID-19 itself is not going to kill many people, but the pandemic fatigue is going to destroy many people's life. It will be much worse than death. Destruction is much worse than death. Half of humanity's life has started getting affected. Whole humanity's lifestyle is going to be affected. The after effects of Corona COVID-19 is going to be too much. What is happening now is pralaya. The number of people COVID-19 is going to kill may be a less number, but the kind of people it's going to take away from us is going to be too much. And the kind of impact it's going to leave on humanity is going to be too much. Every individual who practices this unclutching will be saved from mental breakdown. Enrich yourself from morning to night with Nirvikalpa Samadhi. You will understand how to joyfully, willfully think. You will learn how you will be unclutched, and thinking will happen as per your will and order. Add more unclutching inside your life and reach as many people as possible and teach them this unclutching. Every individual you teach unclutching now, you're going to save him from the pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, the mental breakdown, which will be inevitable otherwise. There are only spiritual solutions which are going to save people from this pandemic fatigue.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Nithyanandam, with the grace of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with love and respect. Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, every day he graces us and blessing each one of us every day during this satsang time. And one of the recent satsang, Bhagavan gave the very, very important message for the whole planet here, for the whole humanity. This is very, very important at this point of time. What he says in this message, Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa is, he said, what is happening as on now is pralaya. It's not physical deluge like before. Physical deluge means there is a huge flood of water, cyclone, all those things only we used to think. Now, it's not a flood of water. It's a flood of consciousness. Because it's a time for superconscious breakthrough, huge flood of consciousness is coming. Due to this flood of consciousness, all the delusion-based systems are melting down. Many of your false identities, many of your false hopes, many of your false security feelings, and many of your social contracts between you and the society, between you and the world, are all melting down. When all your lies forcibly removed from you, when all your falsehood forcibly removed from you, when all your hopes forcibly removed from you, when all your dreams forcibly removed from you, you are really, really meant to see everything around you is melting down. And literally, you see that you are melting down. This pandemic fatigue is not just physical level. This pandemic fatigue is not at all the physical level. Swamiji is insisting on this point. Now, the humanity is literally facing this pralaya, and this, the huge flood of consciousness is happening. There are multiple things which you really thought it is eternal. We may be thinking that that is permanent, so nothing is going to happen even for your physical body or your physical properties and belongings. So you may be thinking that it is permanent and it is eternal. Now, all those things, whatever the delusion-based things, all are melting down. So because of this, the human beings are going to face the pandemic fatigue and the mental depression. The mental breakdown will happen. our Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is the ultimate gift given directly by Paramashiva to protect the human beings, to save the human beings from this pralaya. Swamiji, from the year 2012, he started and he brought this awareness about in 2020 there will be a big breakthrough will happen. Swamiji mentioned that the superconscious breakthrough will happen. So now he prepared people to have this superconscious breakthrough from 2012. Unfortunately, humanity neither didn't allow him to live peacefully and nor live with humanity. Now he is having no other choice. He withdraw from the humanity, and in spite of that, he is telling, I am absolutely committed to the humanity. Even though they vomited poison and there are the negative elements, the anti-Hindu forces have been attacked His Divine Holiness continuously for the past 20 years. Somehow they want to eliminate him. Why? Because they know he is the potential being who can revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that is reviving the Hinduism and bring back the lifestyle for the whole humanity. So that's why all those anti-Hindu elements, they targeted him, they forced him. There are multiple number of times assassination attempts done against him, that we personally traveled with him, sannyasis. We witnessed with our own eyes and we gone through all those attacks. With that experience we are saying, still now he is surviving, means it is only the grace of Paramashiva and it is Kala Bhairava's protection. Now Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is alive and he is available for each one of us, and he is continuously dedicating his whole life, pouring his whole blood and sweat and time, energy, intelligence to protect all of us, to protect the human beings. Still he is telling, he is absolutely committed to the humanity in protecting people from this pralaya. This pralaya, now Swamiji is very, very clear. Anyone who recognizes His Divine Holiness as Paramashiva, he said, I am here to save and protect them from the great pralaya and give them the superconscious breakthrough. Actually, Swamiji himself is announced in the public satsang on December 2012. He said he will do the whole year 2020 the Pada Yatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, length and breadth of India. In 2012, Satsang publicly Swamiji announced this. See how he is continuously thinking for the whole humanity. The whole year he dedicated to walk Padayatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir along with his disciples and devotees. He publicly announced that. We all there. He said he wants to revive India as its own nature, its origin, the Akhanda Bharata. We all know that Hinduism is the religion and it is having 56 nations. Now, not even a single nation there living Hinduism as their life. Swamiji, he announced in the 2012 satsang saying he will do Padayatra from Kanyakumari and then to each and every places he will walk and enrich the people. Through this, he thought about to save the human beings, to protect the human beings from this pralaya. It is unfortunate thing that now he is not even allowed to do Padayatra. It is different. He is not able to be with the humanity. It is only because of this, the continuous attacks against our Swamiji had been done by this anti-Hindu forces. So Paramashiva, with his grace, Swamiji is alive now and he is available every day and now to protect humanity from this great pralaya. Swamiji further, he said to all his disciples, have more and more nirvikalpa samadhi and more unclutching. Swamiji from the year 2003 till 2010, his message will be completely focused on this only thing, that is the state of Paramashiva, giving the state of Paramashiva to the whole humanity by the one important technique is unclutching. This unclutching, the word, it is coined by Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It is not in the dictionary anywhere. First time it's a direct gift from Bhagavan to all the human beings. This unclutching will keep you in nirvikalpa samadhi. More and more unclutching and more nirvikalpa samadhi. So when you learn this technique unclutching, and this becomes your part of your lifestyle, then you will be protected from the pralaya, the delusion. The delusion means it is all the delusion things are now going to melting down. It is the mental breakdown is going to happen during this time. The only astra, that is the technique to save you, is to come out from the delusion, is the technique. Bhagavan blessed us with it, is unclutching. This always I had seen him even in our Sangha. We went through lots of ups and downs in our life. As a mission, we all know that Swamiji had been continuously persecuted by this anti-Hindu elements. During all these times, Swamiji survived, withstood, and then he proved that he is the embodiment, he is the incarnation of Paramashivoham. He's not been touched by any of this destruction or any of these attacks. He used this unclutching, is the technique, astra. Swamiji always 24/7 is in the state of unclutching. We all know that incarnation doesn't have any mind. There is always no mind state for them. So Swamiji used to tell this. So in every other time or at any other situation, you be in unclutching state will definitely protect you and will save you. So Swamiji instructed all our disciples to enrich more and more people about unclutching. As many number as possible. Teach this unclutching to the people. Even if you teach one person this unclutching technique, means you are saving one life during this prayer. So Swamiji keeps telling, you are going to save them from the pandemic fatigue. That is the mental breakdown. This pandemic itself is not going to kill many people. Swamiji said, this COVID-19, directly the number of people going to kill is less number. But the kind of impact create on the human beings, it is too much. Swamiji said, because of this corona, the number of people going to be killed may be less, but the whole humanity lifestyle is getting affected. The whole human beings livelihood is getting affected. You can see the after, that is post corona, after this COVID-19, all can literally see that the people, there are n number of people going to face this pandemic fatigue, which leads to the mental breakdown and then collapse into depression. And at that particular point of time, they need help and support for their survival. That's why Swamiji is telling, help every individual to unclutch. Whoever practices unclutching will be saved. So enrich as many number as possible to unclutching. Swamiji himself gave us the instruction. Let's focus on this. Let's reach out to 100 million people to educate them unclutching. Through this, we'll stop people having mental breakdown, collapse in depression, and pandemic fatigue. And Swamiji is here to give them the superconscious breakthrough to all of us. And this is a time to have this as a gift from Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to have the superconscious breakthrough and bring back our enlightened civilization to the whole planet Earth. So Swamiji keeps on sincerely telling, and then he gave the direct instruction to enrich as many as possible to teach unclutching to them. In our website, there is a link to get the details about unclutching technique. The unclutching is the ultimate technique, and it is very, very simple to live. You can learn, and then you can also subscribe to our YouTube channels, and you can communicate with us, and we are here for all the support to be providing to you. So, as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam instructed, the disciples started this enriching activity. So, Swamiji gave the other techniques, practicing unclutching, and then oneness, this feeling, connection with the divine. And then Swamiji added further ajapa japa, that is chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Then yoga, and then puja. So every day doing all these things, and then be in a vegetarian diet, and then having the Niragara Samyama as a practice in their life. All those things Swamiji is teaching each and every one of us, and offering that as a gift to the whole humanity for us to protect from this great pralaya. Again, I'll repeat. First one, the foremost thing is practicing unclutching. This practicing unclutching is the technique Swamiji given to us, and then be in oneness, and then now ajapa japa, chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and practicing yoga, and practicing puja, and feeling connection. Consciously decide to be in the feeling connection always. So every day you can make all these things as a part of your life and enrich yourself and enrich the whole world with this. With only by enriching we can save the humanity from this pralaya, from this pandemic fatigue. So, Swamiji said, it's time to protect people from pandemic fatigue and from the destruction. So let's save the people from pandemic fatigue, that is epidemic fatigue, destruction, and the delusion of the Maya matrix. Help people to have superconscious breakthrough and sail through this pralayam. So with this, we conclude what Bhagavan's message for this day. Swamiji continuously offering to each and every one of the human beings every day live message from Kailasa. So we request and invite you all to the Kailasa TV every day to have this Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Thank you. Dhyan.
Were met by anti-Hindu, not-so-peacefuls who variously shouted racial slurs and stomped on the Indian flag in the City of London. Now, the Delhi Pollution Control Committee is officially advising Hindus not to celebrate Ganesha Chaturthi, or at most, to immerse Lord Ganesha into a bucket at home. Anyway, amidst coronavirus concerns, the gatherings will be avoided this year. However, banning Ganesha Chaturthi became an official state stance in 2015, when the timeless Hindu ritual was banned from the river Yamuna. This despite tons of toxic chemicals from tanneries and other industry pumped into the river every minute, killing the river life and replacing Hindu devotion of more than 10,000 years, of Ganesha Chaturthi rituals ensuring the waters are consistently energized through devotional prayer and the biology of conscious intention. Of course, anywhere near this amount of intelligence is absolutely absent anywhere amongst the anti-Hindu media mafia. And just 2 days back, Bahrain was the source of a viral social media video depicting a woman breaking Ganesha idols. But there's no Hindu Holocaust. There's no target on Hindus. And the Times of India has published a report exposing the premeditated and coordinated attack on Bengaluru last week, where 2 police stations were burned and 60 police officials injured, some of whom cried to their superiors for their life and for permission to use their firearms in self-defense of their lives. The media mafia cult took advantage of the opportunity to suggest that at least next time Hindu temples should be attacked, as a response to popularized Facebook postings. For all healing needs and more for yourself and loved ones, learn to share healing amongst friends and family from tinyurl.com/unclutchinginfo. And if you would like to become part of a global solution for Hindus, visit kailasa.org/global services.
For the economy of Sri Kailasha, the underlying principle that had to be developed is from the only civilization still alive, not dead from the pre-Bronze age, the Hindu civilization, the Varnashrama Dharma. Giving confidence to people on the system is Hindu economic principle. For example, if a Brahmin does Agnihotra every day, teaches Vedas to the kids, not only he is given a regular salary by the king, all the punya he acquires, the merit he acquires by these sacred actions, he not only gets Kailasha after death, he can encash his punya even as a usable currency like grains, precious gems, precious metals, and other items needed to run his life. During the Ashwamedha Yajna, Putrakameshti Yajna, other major yajnas, yagas, rituals done by the great kings in their kingdoms, they disperse the punya currency in Bhuloka, this world's day-to-day usage currencies. This principle is going to be a very important principle in Kailasha economy. And Swamiji says he is going to revive this principle. If you serve any temple run as per Vedagamas, you get punya, which not only you can use in Kailasha after you leave the body, you can actually encash them, withdraw as currency even for your day-to-day use, which can be in the form of grain, precious gems and precious metals. This is the fundamental policy with which the Kailasha economic strategy and policies are getting evolved. It is bringing economic legitimacy to all the religious activities we perform. If you go around Arunachala, Arunachala Purana describes that you get certain punya with which you can achieve and enjoy Kailasha. Not only you get that, you also get the country's currency to withdraw and receive in the form of grain, precious metal, precious gems. The ritual happening where all the disbursement happens is the yaga, yajna, conducted by the kings in those days. This was the living economy of Hindu tradition, Hindu samsthanas and Hindu kingdoms. And this is exactly the economy that Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving in the nation of Sri Kailasha. These principles are elaborately described in the Vedas and Agamas, and this is going to form the basic structure of Kailasha economic policy and strategy. Everyone is supported, no one feels insecure to manipulate or exploit the economy. That is the most beautiful structure of Hindu economy. It is such a tremendous, deep confidence building system, and so much of security was given. So Swamiji made this proclamation, this declaration. My gurus performed the Yoga Pattabhishekam in 1994 and put me on the throne. All my 26 years of life, whatever I tried to do in Ramakrishna Mission as a volunteer, as a brahmachari, sannyasi, or after I started this Sangha, all my economy policies were trying to revive these principles of Hinduism. How we can give confidence to people on the living enlightenment system, and how that can become not only the cosmic currency but even the country currency. I was trying various trial and error methods, Swamiji says, but I tell you very confidently with the grace of Paramashiva, I am successful in coming to a very balanced and clear policy and principle which will intensely give confidence and secured feeling to the people so that they will be part of this whole Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha, protecting Dharma and letting Dharma protect us, empowering and protecting Dharma so that it becomes a living energy to protect us. This knowledge of Hindu economy policies and principles were imparted directly from the blessings of my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I then learnt the history how it should be used to be a living reality, the practical application from the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Thonde Mandaladinam, Sri Jnana Prakasha Desika Paramansarya Swamigal, and Swamiji made sure that this is put on record. Forever, he should be remembered as reviver of Hindu economic policies and principles. Swamiji received direct guidance on how the samsthanas received tax and how they distributed salaries, gifts, awards and rewards. For example, when a Brahmana performs something great, when he is a high achiever, he is supported and gifted with some things which strengthen his lifetime. Same way, when a Kshatriya performs something great and becomes a high achiever, he is gifted some things which supports and strengthens his valor and lifestyle, what is expected from him for a successful society. He gets glory, name and fame, and women decide to marry him. He is glorified in such a way that the society is so enamored by his glory and valor. Same way a Vaishya, when he achieves something, the glorification done is different. The glorification done to him supports him in his profession to achieve more success. A great, amazing, beautiful society was kept alive with the principle of enlightenment. It is with extreme integrity, Swamiji said, that a great possibility for human society is tested, tried, actually succeeded, and getting revived. Swamiji is also very clear. I am not a reformer, I am a reviver. In Hindu tradition, there are two layers in the economic principle. One is the currency. Technically, the currency concept, if I translate in Sanskrit, it means grain-based currency, which just by possessing or owning has its own utility value. There is no concept of currency as we know it now. Just owning that itself adds value. It is not the paper-based, promissory note-based economy that we follow right now. Whether it is grains or precious metals, gems by its own existence, it has a value, and no other body, such as the, the governor's body, the Reserve Bank, is not needed to establish its value. By you owning and the way it is used and demanded by the healthy society, by the simple existence, it has value. Second, the regulatory body always ensured that the principle of enlightenment was kept alive in all the regulatory principles. How and why gold should be considered as a precious metal? How and why, what gems will be considered as precious? All of that is simply laid out. The whole regulating mechanism was enlightenment centric. The king, Rajaraja, built huge temples. It is not that he built only the Tanjore temple, he built a large number of temples. Krishna Devaraya, he built a large number of temples. All great known kings of Hinduism, whether Cambodia or Somnath, Chidambaram or Tanjore or Nepal or Jagannath or Sri Lanka, anywhere where Hindu civilization was prevalent, it was all temple centric and temple based because that was the source of our knowledge, economic principles, systems, and strategies. Temple building and sustenance was the most beautiful method to keep the economy current. Currency has value as long as the current is kept alive. The current is kept alive to keep the value of the currency through this large sized temple building and running. The concept of common debt is the story of Venkateshwara borrowing money from Kubera for his marriage and still repaying the loan. It is most beautiful if you understand the story. You will understand the concept of common debt. You will understand how beautifully, dharmically, the modern day concept of common debt is expressed in this story of Venkateshwara. The glory of the temple of the capital of Hindu kingdoms was actually the way they attracted citizens from all over the world and the way they kept their citizens integrated, inspired, and motivated to the kingdom. Now, Lord Venkateshwara, he has Devi Meenakshi, Devi Mahalakshmi in his own heart, by his side all times. And she is the embodiment of wealth and abundance. And he can obviously settle any debt by very simple means, but he is keeping the debt alive just to ensure that the currency is kept alive, just to ensure the economy is kept alive, the economy is kept current, the flow happens so beautifully. Just that simple story, history, depicts how the basis of Hindu economy is all about keeping it current, keeping the currency flowing. Amazing spiritual enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy, enlightenment based nationalism, enlightenment based integrity, all of that. Even when you have mood swings, confusions about your individual lifestyle and your individual balance sheet, it is not giving you confidence about life if your understanding about the common goal about the concept of the civilization. If that is alive, you will not become a traitor. You will continue to be integrated and raise and fit yourself, discovering yourself and discovering how to fit yourself into the society. Both discovering yourself and discovering how you fit into the society. All these form the most beautiful principle of Hindu economic policies. This is the principle on which Hindu education and policy making happened, on which Hindu politics, administration, judiciary, economic principles and strategies were evolved and kept alive. Hindu currency was kept current, alive through this mechanism. This mechanism used to be stirring to keep the Hindu currency current. Like how the economy releases these packages. The post-corona period, every government is trying to revive its economy through various plans, policies, grants. Every year, the Hindu kingdoms used to conduct the rituals, festivals to trigger and revive the economy, to keep its currency current. Sometimes people are made to support the common pool, and sometimes the pool is taken out and shared with the people. But it was all done in a very dharmic way to keep the signs of living enlightenment. Whether you are taxed or given grants, everything was based on Jivan Mukti. Moksha based Artha, Moksha centric Artha. Moksha is kept as a top priority, whether in Dharma, Artha, or Kama. Just because there were failures, there were wars, failures in wars, we've lost land due to traitors, doesn't mean our principles are wrong. It is like how a few fools are thinking that if you just involved in voting alone during the election period, you can maintain the Hindu civilization, maintain the Hindu form of politics, the Hindu system of governance. No. The constant involvement and activism is required to keep the Hindu civilization alive and revive the Hindu civilization. Everyday activism, involvement into the society is required to revive Hindu civilization and Hindu principles. Swamiji made this declaration, I will keep this truth alive in one corner of the world in the form of Kailasa. Kailasa is the seed bank of Hinduism. It is just like how Manu built a ship and kept all the best seeds alive to revive the post-deluge, post-pralaya world. Same way, I am building Kailasa and keeping all the seeds to keep all the best things of Hinduism to revive the post-pralaya. All the sacred texts, the scriptures, they are all collected and kept alive so that the scriptures can be brought alive. Each tradition, their sacred scriptures are all kept alive so that the post-pralaya period, they can all be brought back, they can all be revived. Not reformed, but revived. Sambhavami yuge yuge, Swamiji said, I'll come again and again and do this work. I've come for this work and I'll perform it and I will achieve it. In the known world, most organized, most ancient, the most continuous civilization was Hindu civilization. Unfortunately, Hindus have started believing that Hinduism is functional only for religious and enlightenment purposes, and it is dysfunctional for politics or economic or social or judicial systems. Even Hindus are brainwashed. Now, you don't need reformers, you need revivers. Our ancestors were intelligent enough to evolve a system, so we don't need reformers, we need only revivers. All Kailasians, we don't need reformers, we need revivers. We are strong enough, powerful enough principally. The principles of Hinduism only need to be revived. It does not need to be reformed. The concept of Dravya, Dana in Hinduism is clearly defined in the Amarakoshas. How the whole definition is the fundamental economic principle of Kailasha. All of that is being beautifully revived by Swamiji in the form of Kailasha, the economic policy of Kailasa. And he has promised that on Ganesha Chaturthi, which is on August 22nd this year, all of this will be brought to existence, will be brought to the world and opened and kept alive and kept current. It is now time for us to sit in Upanishad with Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. Spread this message, share this satsang on all the social media platforms you're watching us. Subscribe to our YouTube channel Kailasas Nithyananda and receive exciting updates about Sri Kailasa. Let's make a conscious decision to be in the space of deep listening with simple integrity that we are here, open and available to receive the revelations of Paramashiva. Let us sit in Vajrasana as much as possible. Let us sit in Padmasana rather as much as possible, as much as our body is willing to bend today at this moment. Sitting in Padmasana alone gives us the strength to imbibe the cosmic revelations from Paramashiva delivered by Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us chant the Mahavakya and become available and become ready to receive Paramashiva's revelations. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Ishvara Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotari, Tanidar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, consulate generals and citizens and supporters. Paramashiva Ganas, Paramashivoham Season 10 participants. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. First, let's worship Ganapati on this Ganesha Chaturthi Brahmotsavam, then enter into the Satsang.
Nithyanandam, on the auspicious 6th day of the Ganesha Chaturthi Brahmotsavam, today, Sri Mahaganapati Ananda Ganesha is gracing in Sarvalankara with 8 hands and 8 ayudhas, seated upon the Swarna Gajavahanam, having done the Gajamukha on this auspicious day of 6th day of Ganesha Chaturthi Brahmotsavam. We now offer our worship at the feet of Sri Mahaganapati Ananda Ganesha and Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. Suvarna Danda Mandita Prachanda Charu Chamaram Griha Preeti Sundaram Yugakshanam Pramoditam Kavindra Chittaranjakam Mahavipatti Bhanjakam Shadaksharaswarupinam Bhujanga Deva Rupinam. Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantam Dhurvatyo Osman Dhurvatitam Dhurvayam Vayam Dhurvamatvam Devanamatisaspitamam Papritamam Dushtatamam Vanhitamam Devahutamam Ahritamasi Havirdhanandrigam Bhasvam Ahva Armitrasyatva Chakhusha Kshema Bherma Samvikha Matva Hikam Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Shri Mahaganapate Namaha Ananda Ganeshaya Namaha Dhupamagrapayami. Om Uddipyasvajata Vedo Pagnan Nirirtim Mama Pashukishchamakyama Vahajivanan Chadisho Disha Mano Higamsi Jata Vedo Kamashvam Purushan Jagate Abhibhradagna Agahi Shriyama Paripataya. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Shri Mahaganapate Namaha Ananda Ganeshaya Namaha. Ekaharati Deepam Sandarshayami. Om Madhuvatartayate Madhuksharandi Sindhavaha Madhvirna Santoshadhihi Madhunaktamutoshasi Madhumatparthivagam Rajaha Madhudyaurastuna Pita Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagam Astu Suryaha Madhvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu Madhu Madhu. Om Gam Ganapate Namaha. Om Shri Mahaganapate Namaha Ananda Ganeshaya Namaha. Nana Vidhani Naivedyani Nivedayami. Om Sarvasyaptyai Sarvasya Jityai Sarvameva Tena Apnoti Sarvam Jayati. Om Ekadantaya Vidmahe Vakratundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat. Om Tatpurushaya Vidmahe Vakratundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Shri Mahaganapate Namaha Ananda Ganeshaya Namaha. Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Sarvopachara Pujarthe Sarvaparadha Ksamapanarthe Samastamangala Praptyarthe Ananda Karpura Nirajanam Sandarshayami. Gajananam Bhutaganadhisevitam Kapitthajambu Phalasara Bhakshitam Umasutam Shoka Vinashakaranam Namami Vigneshwara Pada Pankajam.
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Jivan Mukti.
Living enlightenment is establishing your confidence and declaring your conscious integrity and manifesting your conscious intention, Satya Sankalpa, on cosmic principles. I'll repeat. Living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, is establishing your confidence, declaring your conscious integrity, manifesting your conscious will, Satya Sankalpa, on the cosmic principles. I wanted to bring this one truth to all your attention. In Hindu tradition, knowledge is sacred. We never try to suppress, oppress, dampen the authority of the knowledge using the concept of sacred. The concept of sacred is used only to strengthen your intensity of seeking, your intention to gain more and more knowledge. Atato Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the ultimate reality existence. Knowledge is sacred. Vidya is divya. We never used the principle called sacred to suppress, oppress exploration of knowledge. That is the beauty of the Vedic tradition. That is why we are so open for upgrading, amending, evolving ourselves. It's a living civilization. It was, it is, it will be. Sa vidya ya vimuktaye. That is why Vidya is given the form of woman in Hindu tradition, because the woman of the house, her decisions, her will persistence makes the whole family flow in the direction of enlightenment. I tell you, I have seen how silently, passively, non-aggressive way, with tremendous will, persistence and patience, my own mother led the whole family towards the direction of enlightenment, just because she is from that heritage. I don't think she even consciously planned. Just because she inherited the heritage, by keeping that heritage alive very passively. I tell you, I have never seen my mother shouting or fighting, screaming with my grandmother, means her mother-in-law, or my father, her husband, or anybody in the family. Please understand. I won't say she did not have difficulties of middle class or lower middle class Hindu family in Indian village, she had all the difficulty. But she always kept the whole thing together, drove the whole thing in the direction of Jivan Mukti, just because this is what she learnt from the elders, the ecosystems inspiration. See, till you are 25, ecosystem will inspire you. After you cross 25, you should become the strength for the ecosystem. That is the life. You can't go on expect that ecosystem should treat you cutely and that should support you and be a strength for you. No. Initially, it's okay. First 25 years. And in the modern day, I'll tell you, you are far more mentally, psychologically, informatively matured than Hindu village kid. So you don't need 25 years. I think by the time you are 18, or I'll say even the modern day 16, you claim so much of freedom and power and authority due to the society structure, but you don't take the responsibility. I want to tell you, all Hindu kids claiming too much of freedom and throwing tantrum without taking the responsibility, you are destroying Hinduism and living Enlightenment tradition. By 16 to 18, all Hindu kids should start supporting the ecosystem of enlightenment. You can't be anymore just sucking the ecosystem, be the load on the ecosystem through all your tantrums and expecting you to be treated very cute. No. The moment you cross 18, you should become ferocious with yourself and learn to be the support for the ecosystem. I tell you, dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you support dharma, dharma supports you. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you. I'll tell you this principle which I am talking now is the economic policy, strategy, principle of Hinduism. Listen. The Hindu society, civilization, is focused on Jivan Mukti, enlightenment, moksha. Whether it follows the Shaiva tradition, Ganapatya tradition, or Sakta tradition, or Saura tradition, or Gaumara tradition, or Guru worship, Sampradayas, or Vaishnava Sampradayas, any Sampradaya. Basically, the ecosystem, a civilization, Samasthana, is focused on enlightenment. And people who keep this knowledge of enlightenment and teach, they are paid. Sponsored, multi-level, paid regularly, and sponsored for specific events and supported through grants and donations. And the people who maintain the social integrity by providing protection from the external destructive forces, invading forces, or internally revolting forces. Kshatriyas, they are paid and given awards and rewards. Listen, step by step, I am explaining. The knowledge keepers who keep the integrity and efficacy of the knowledge, Brahmanas, who give protection from external invasions and internal revolts and keep the living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti lifestyle. Kshatriyas, those people are given, they are paid and given rewards and awards when they demonstrate the valor, protecting the dharma. And same next, Vaishyas, they are supported, encouraged, given protection, supported with the knowledge, encouraged with the infrastructure and market. Protected, given protection for their wealth, for all these services provided by the state to the Vaishyas. In turn, Vaishyas pay the tax to the state. And Shudras are empowered with the land and all the equipments needed to grow grains or everything else needed for the sustenance of the life. In turn, paid, supported with all their needs. It's an amazing, unique, very organized, legitimate civilization. I tell you, the pre-Brancian age civilization, the only civilization still alive, of course, in a very critical stage, beaten, broken, lost even confidence on themselves and their principles, their ancestors, constantly being told that your ancestors are stupid and your ancestors are useless. See, once you take someone's confidence about their heritage and past, he does not have any more future, because he will not try to replicate his knowledge, heritage, past, the glory of the past in future. He will just surrender to you and listen to you and do what you say as the right future. To enslave a civilization and kill a civilization, remove their confidence about their glorious past. Successfully, this poisoning is done to Hindu civilization. It is almost in intensive care unit, emergency care unit. The only good news is it is not dead. I am back to revive. I will not let it die. Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam gunakarma vibasaha tasya kartaram abhimam vidyakartaram avyayam. The four categories of varna were created by me according to the people's qualities and activities. Although I am creator of this system, know me to be eternal and will come back again and again to keep this system alive. The only civilization still alive, not dead, from pre-Bronzean age is Hindu civilization, Varnashrama Dharma. And I'll be back again and again and again to keep this alive, giving confidence to people on this system is Hindu economic principle. For example, if a Brahmin does Agnihotra every day, teaches Vedas to the kids, not only he is given a regular salary by the king, all the punya he acquires, the merit he acquires by these sacred actions, not only he gets the Kailasa after death, he can encash his punya even as a usable currency like grains, gems, other items needed to run his life during the Ashwamedha Yajna, Putrakameshti Yajna, other major yajnas, yahas, rituals done by the king. Please understand. All the major yajnas done by the great kings in their kingdoms are dispersing the punya currency in Buloka, this world day-to-day usage currencies. Please understand this principle. This principle is going to be very important principle in Kailasa economy. I am going to revive this. If you serve any temple run as per Vedagamas, you get punya which you can use not only in Kailasa after you leave the body, you can encash them, withdraw as currency even for your day-to-day use, which can be in the form of grains, precious gems, precious metals. I mean what I am saying. This is the fundamental policy with which the Kailasa economic strategy and economic policies are getting evolved. Listen. Bringing legitimacy, economic legitimacy to all the religious actions, activities you perform. If you go around Arunachala, the Arunachala Purana describes you will get certain punya with which you can achieve and enjoy Kailasa. Not only you get that, you get even the country currency. You withdraw, you receive currency in the form of grains, clothes, other utilities, including precious metal, precious gems. The ritual happening where all this disbursement happens is yaga, yajnas conducted by the kings in those days. For example, when a Brahmin comes, the senior Vidvats, the senior Brahmins decide this person, this many years, is practicing all the Vedic rituals and teaching. So he gets this much of punya in Kailasa and this much of country currency. The Kailasa currency punya and country currency in the form of grains, precious metal, precious gems, clothes, whatever. This was a living economy of Hindu tradition and Hindu samsthanas, Hindu kingdoms. I am going to revive it. I will revive it with the grace of Ganapati, Paramashiva. All the gods and goddesses of Kailasa with their blessings. I will revive it. Same way, these principles are elaborately described in Vedas and Agamas. That is going to form the basic structure of Kailasa economic policies and strategies. Everyone is supported so beautifully, nobody feels insecure to manipulate or exploit the economy. That is the most beautiful structure of Hindu economy. Understand, it is such tremendous, deep confidence building system, and so much of security was given. I tell you, I was studying thoroughly. Let me openly declare, all my last 26 years of life, after the Yoga Pattabhishekam, 1994, my gurus have put me on the throne by doing the Yoga Pattabhishekam. They put me on the seat. From that time, all my attempts, whatever I tried to do in Ramakrishna Mission as volunteer, brahmachari, sannyasi, I was volunteer brahmachari. Or after I started this Sangha, all my economic policies were trying to revive these principles of Hinduism. How we can give confidence to people on living enlightenment system, and how that can become not only the cosmic currency, even country currency. I was trying various trial and error methods, but I tell you, very confidently, with the grace of Paramashiva, I am successful in coming to a very balanced, clear policies and principles which will intensely give confidence and secured feeling to people, so they will be part of this whole Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha, protecting Dharma and letting Dharma protect us, empowering, protecting Dharma so powerfully, so that becomes a living energy to protect us. I received this knowledge of Hindu economic policies and principles directly from the blessings of my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, directly from him, and then learnt the history, how it used to be a living reality from 230th Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Tondemandala Adinam, Sri Jnanapragasa Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. I wanted to put this on record. Forever he should be remembered as reviver of Hindu economic policies and principles. He taught me, he used to teach me how those days the samsthanas received tax and how they distributed salaries, gifts, awards, rewards. For example, Brahmana, when he performs something great, when he is high achiever, he is supported, gifted with all the things which strengthens his lifestyle. Same way, for example, a Kshatriya, when he performs something great and when he becomes high achiever, he is gifted with some things which strengthens his valor and his lifestyle and what is expected from him. For a successful society, he gets glory, name, fame, and many women decide to marry him. He is glorified in such a way, the society is enamored by his glory and valor. Same way, Vaishya, when he becomes a great, successful, high achiever, the kind of the glorification done to him is different. The glorification done to him supports him in his profession to achieve more success. A great, amazing, beautiful society was kept alive with the principle of enlightenment. I want to tell and thank all the people who contributing to this Kailasa by giving your time or treasure or talent. You are doing something absolutely good to yourself and to the world by supporting this huge cause. Understand, it is with extreme integrity, sincerity, a great possibility for human society is tested, tried, actually succeeded, and getting revived. Trial run is successful. I am not reformer, I am reviver. And in Hindu tradition, the two layer, the economic principle, one is the currency. Technically in Sanskrit, if I translate that concept, it's called grain-based currency, means just by possessing and owning, it has its own utility value, whether the grains or the precious metals, precious gems. By its own value, it has a value. There is no other regulatory body required to establish its value. By you owning and the way it is used, demanded in the society, healthy society, by this simple existence, it has value. Second, the regulatory body always made sure the principle of enlightenment was kept alive in all their regulatory principles. How and why gold should be precious metal? How and why? What gems will be considered as precious? Everything. The whole regulating mechanism was enlightenment centric. Understand? Rajaraja, for example, builds a huge temples. All of you need to know, it's not that he built only Tanjore temple. Please understand. He built large number of temples. Krishnadevaraya built large number of temples. I should say that all great known kings of Hinduism, whether Cambodia or Somanath or Chidambaram or Tanjore or Jagannath or Nepal or Sri Lanka, anywhere the Hindu civilization was prevalent. It was all temple-centric, temple-based, because that was the source of our knowledge, our economy, principles, systems and strategies. Temple building and sustenance was one of the most beautiful method to keep the economy current. Currency has value only as long as the current is kept alive. So the current is kept alive to keep the value of the currency through this large size temple building and running. I tell you, the concept of common debt is the story of Venkateshwara borrowing money from Kubera for his marriage and still repaying. It's a most beautiful story. If you understand that story, you will understand this concept of common debt. How beautifully, dharmically, the modern day concept of common debt is expressed in the story of Venkateshwara borrowing money from Kubera for his marriage and still repaying the loan. The glory of the temple, of the capital of Hindu kingdoms, was actually the way they attracted the citizens from all over the world and the way they kept their citizens motivated, inspired, integrated to the kingdom. Amazing spiritual enlightenment based nationalism, enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy. The enlightenment based nationalism and enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy, enlightenment based integrity, understand, even when you have a mood swings, confusions about your individual lifestyle and your individual balance sheet is not giving you confidence about life, but your understanding about the common goal, the concept of civilization, if that is alive, you will not become a traitor. You will continue to be integrated and raise, and you will realize and fit yourself, discovering yourself and how you fit yourself into the society, both. Understand? The every word I am uttering is the most beautiful principles of Hindu economic policies. See, these are the principles on which Hindu education happened and Hindu policy making happened. Hindu politics is run. Hindu administration is done. Hindu judiciary functioned. Hindu economic principles, strategies were evolved and kept alive. Hindu currency was kept current. The current of the Hindu currency was kept alive through this mechanism. This mechanism used to be stirring to keep the Hindu currency current. How in the modern day the governments do. Like, for example, this post-corona, how every government is trying to revive their economy through various plans, projects, policies, grants. So every year, the Hindu kingdoms used to conduct the rituals, festivals to trigger the economy, to revive the economy, to keep the currency current. Sometimes people are made to support the common pool. Sometimes the pool is taken out and shared with people. But it was all done in a very dharmic way to keep the signs of living enlightenment. Whether you are taxed or given grants, everything was based on enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, moksha based artha. Moksha centric artha. Moksha is kept as the first priority in artha or dharma or kama. Just because we had few failures in few wars and lost the land due to traitors does not mean our civilization principles are wrong. If you think just because we lost few wars and land due to traitors, the principles are wrong, you are a fool. Like how some of the fools are still believing, just if you are involved in voting alone during the election period once in 5 years, you can maintain Hindu civilization. No. A constant involvement and activism is required to keep the Hindu civilization alive and to revive the Hindu civilization. Unfortunately, even modern day Hindus strongly believe if you make the right decision on the voting day and vote, then it is all done. No. It is wrong. Everyday activism, involvement into the society is required to revive Hindu civilization and Hindu principles. I don't know when Hindus are going to wake up to this truth, but I will keep these truths alive at least in one corner of the world in the form of Kailasa. Kailasa is seed bank of Hinduism. Just like how Manu built a ship and kept all the best seeds alive to revive post-deluge, post-pralaya. Same way, I am building Kailasa and keeping all the seeds, the best things of Hinduism alive to revive the post-pralaya. Sambhavami yuke yuke. I will come again and do this work. I have come for this work and I will perform it. I will achieve it. To tell you honestly, I have done it. I just have to do further expansion. From year 1 AD to year 1700, Bharat contributed to about 30% of the known world's GDP for 1700 years. The recorded history, I am talking only from recorded history. If you go prehistory, India only, Bharat only had GDP. The concept of GDP did not exist in any other part of the world. The known world. The known organized civilization was Hindu civilization, most ancient and most continuous. Unfortunately, now even Hindus have started believing Hinduism is functional only for religious and enlightenment purposes. It is dysfunctional for politics or economic or social system or judiciary. Even Hindus are brainwashed. I tell you, oh Hindus, please wake up to the truth. We were, we are, we will be a functional system, legitimate functional system. Not just spiritually, religiously, even economically, judiciary, socially, politically, in every level, without compromising, altering, adulterating You don't need reformers, you need revivers. Hindus, wake up. Our ancestors are intelligent enough. They were intelligent enough to evolve a system. We don't need reformers, we need revivers. I want this to be today's message. All Kailasians, spread to the whole world. Hindus need to be educated, told, blow the conch, Shankanatha. We need revivers, not reformers. Enough reformers have harmed Hinduism as much as anti-Hindus. We need revivers, not reformers. We need revivers, not reformers. We need revivers, not reformers. Reformers are as dangerous and as destructive, as negative to Hinduism as anti-Hindu elements, anti-Hindus, invaders. Reformers were just disguised invaders. Reformers are the traitors used by invaders to destroy Hinduism. So Hinduism needs revivers, not reformers. We are strong enough, powerful enough principally. The principles, Principal, principles, Principles, the principles of Hinduism only need to be revived, does not need to be reformed. Do the Jayagosha, Sankanada, Tirukkailaya Vadya, and tell the world Hinduism needs revivers, not reformers. The concept of dravya, dana, dravya, in Hinduism is clearly defined in Amarakosha. For Brahmanas, what is dana? Wealth. For Vaishyas, what is dana? Wealth. For Kshatriyas, what is dana? Wealth. For Shudras, what is dana? Wealth. Amarakosha's original verse. Dravyam viddam swapadeyam riktam ruktam danam vasuhu hiranyam dravinam dyumnam artaraihi vipava abhi. These are the definitions, forms the fundamental economic principles of Kailasa. Synonyms of the word dana: dravyam, material; vittam, currency, goods, which is goods battered also is considered as currency. As I said, the Hindu economy was grain based. By its own weight and possession, it is valuable. It does not need any central regulatory body to declare that this paper has this much of value. No. By just the possession of that semi-precious stone or a precious metal or precious stone or the grain, the grain or the precious metal, precious gems. By its possession, it brings value due to its utility and demand in the society. So that is vittam. Swapadeyam, owned, earned property. Riktam, inherited property. When you inherit a property, the intention of your ancestor tied, married to that property, that intention also you inherit. So, all inheritance in Hinduism is a will. So, you have to, as long as you maintain that will, you have right over the property. Understand? Whatever you inherit from the ancestors, you have to maintain their will. If not, you don't own that property anymore. This was the way the civilization was kept alive in Hindu tradition. Hindu father will work for the 7th generation of their children, and same way they will inculcate the lifestyle, knowledge, principles in their children. Unfortunately, now in the modern day, neither they keep wealth for the children nor they inculcate the Hindu values for the children. Both should be done. I want my followers, you keep wealth for your next generation and you inculcate these values, Hindu values, into your next generation. And the next generation also respects the riktam, inherited property, and the will of your ancestors, both. Ruktam, possessing and enjoying it, expanding it. Dhanam, money. Vasu, land. Hiranyam, gold. Dravinam, movable properties, which is useful. Dyumnam, power and strength. Power and strength means capacity to understand the principles of the economy and change the investments and keep yourself alive, current, and your currency current. Artha, the business concerns and work. Rai, riches. You should pronounce as Rai, riches. Vibhava, magnanimity, omnipresence and power. Understanding the omnipresence and capabilities of Dhanam and keeping your magnanimity to keep the omnipresence alive all over the world. For example, if you honor your commitments only, they will honor their commitments. That is what is magnanimity. So, Kavi Kalpa Druma gives the synonym of Dhanam as Dhanyam, means the grain-based economy and all other principles as I described from Amarakosha now. These are going to be forming the fundamental principles for Hindu economic policies and strategies. Hindu will is absolutely different from the will legal paper used today for establishing inheritance. Understand? Hindu will is lifestyle based. If you are from the Varna of a Brahmana and you inherit your ancestors who were Brahmana by Varna, only if you follow the principles of Brahmana Varna, you have the right over that property. Same way, Kshatriya, Shudra and Vaishya. the Hindu inheritance principles. Actually, I tell you, it is so juicy and delicious even to understand the Arthasastra and Hindu economic principles. Wow! What a brilliant ancestors we had. Tadanti bhumi dhanyam utpadayati. Dana is the earth that bears the fruits and seeds and that produces grains. These are definitions of Dhanam Dhanyam in Hindu tradition. Actually, if at all our next generation starts tasting the Hindu knowledge, Hindu economy principles, they will understand this is the most beautiful, delicious, brilliant. They will just fall in love with all these principles, and simply the whole Hindu economy principles, everything will be revived. My job is only to make you taste the deliciousness of Hindu economy principles by reviving the Hindu Reserve Bank and Hindu currency. Hindu knowledge is capable enough to revive itself, resurrect itself, re-establish itself, reignite the passion in you and excite you again. And just if I share the knowledge and educate you, that's enough. That's all I am trying to do. I have so much more to share. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailas of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.